All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call the open session of this special board meeting to order at 3 p.m. Thank you. All right, very good. Let's see. Vice President Boyd, would you like to lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Hand will be right. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call.
President St. Amon.
Here.
Director Kaczynski.
Here.
Director Griffin. Here. Director Rotora. And Vice.
Stay here, Stan. Director Rotora is here.
And Vice President Boyd.
Here.
Posting of the agenda declaration.
The agenda for today's special board meeting was posted on Wednesday, November 9th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Conflict of interest declaration, Director Kaczynski.
None.
Vice President Boyd.
None.
Director Rotora.
I believe there is.
Okay.
Just a second. And that would be the one that has to do with the waiver.
The variance.
And I can't-
That would be 11B.
Mr. President, that item is going to be pulled. It's been requested by the person who put in for the variance to put it on hold for now. So it's going to be pulled anyway.
Okay, thank you. All right, Director Griffin. All right, so Stan, other than that, there's no conflict of interest? Apart from the variance request, which is going to be pulled, there's no conflict of interest?
Negative, no.
All right, thank you very much. All right. So, public questions and comments on the upcoming closed session. All right, hearing none, I'm going to drop back to the conflict of interest declaration and say that I must inform you that I am an employee of the federal government. However, anything I say tonight, any opinions expressed by me or mine alone, do not necessarily reflect those of my employer or necessarily the other board directors. Thank you. All right. Then we're going to move into closed session. And I will declare the open session closed and the closed session open at 10 after. Thank you. Closed session at 3:03, sorry, open session at 3:03 p.m. No, it wasn't. All right, thank you. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm calling the open session open again at 6 p.m. Mr. Worth, report on closed session.
Yes, the board met with staff and legal counsel on the items under closed session. No action was taken that requires disclosure under the Brown Act.
All right, thank you very much. Item 9, public questions and comments. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any matter not on the agenda and over which the board has jurisdiction. However, no action may be taken by the board of directors on any item not appearing on the agenda. Non-agenda speakers are asked to limit their presentations to 5 minutes. Public questions and comments on items listed on the agenda will be accepted at any time the item is brought forth for consideration by the board. When you're recognized by the chairperson, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you. Are there any public questions or comments?
Yeah, could I get you to speak into your microphone, please?
Stan, your mic wasn't on.
You asked for it. Yours isn't on. I'm sorry. Could I get you to speak into your microphone, please?
I
Thank you.
was speaking into my microphone, Stan.
Good catch.
Okay. All right. I don't see any questions or comments from the public. We have,
Mike Neal submitted a written comment
oh,
to us
please.
because he wasn't able to attend.
All right.
So
very
I
good.
will read this comment. To the Indian Wells Valley Water District Board, being out of town, I write this to emphasize, 2 points.
Could I get you to speak into the microphone?
Are you serious? Okay. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Sort of. But one of those.
Okay. Being out of town, I write this to emphasize 2 points that I think need to continue to be pressed. As water use in the valley is the issue of most importance, reducing consumer use is paramount. I've brought up the need to revisit conservation seriously before and now want to present a specific plan that may help reduce water use significantly. The best approach for practical conservation is to reduce residential landscape watering. This has not been vigorously attempted in the past. Firstly, a target range of what could be achieved needs to be estimated. I suggest that a hydrology firm be engaged to perform the following task: to do a survey of the estimated acres of residential lawn in the city and the estimated yearly use of water to irrigate these lawns. This could readily be done using methods like using Google Maps to measure the lawn area. The irrigation usage can then be estimated by calculating the transpiration of this lawn area. Assuming low water use grass as a lower bound and higher water use grass as an upper bound. I suspect that we would be surprised at how much water could be saved if the grass lawns in town could be changed out for xeriscape. I am not aware that this has been done before, and getting a good handle on what could be achieved can go a long way toward providing motivation to pursue this goal. Once a motivational goal has been calculated, a serious effort then would need to be taken to motivate citizens to conserve in this way. This would take a concerted public education campaign in pursuit of funding from the state on an order that would make people want to go with xeriscape. It would mean consistent effort and a lot more work put into encouraging conservation. If we find from a study that the end goal of a larger scale xeriscaping is desirable, then a concrete motivation would greatly help in encouraging a greater effort along these lines. We could well find that this would save us several thousand acre feet of water use a year. Next, the issue of costs of the GA proposed imported water project has been raised and discussed in a letter from GA General Manager. The current problem is that this letter uses old data to present a cost estimate that is clearly a lot lower than it actually would be when a pipeline project would be constructed a number of years from now. I estimate the pipeline cost presented by the GA manager is at least 50% low. The Valley deserves an up-to-date estimate of the potential cost of this project. It appears that this will only happen if the GA is pressured to update their estimate, or the district does its own estimate. Currently, the GA 2019 TAC estimate comes out to around $1,600 to $1,400 per year per household. That is from the table that assumes half the cost is paid by grants. I think it is an unreasonable assumption factoring in real inflation since 2019 and not assuming large grants availability would make this cost easily come to $2,400 to $2,100 a year per household. That is disturbing, thus the public needs to see this and know that the numbers are reliable. I ask that the district get a good estimate of this potential cost to them provided, whichever avenue works best, Mike Neal. And I apologize for my sniffles.
No worries. Okay, thank you, Mr. Neal, for the letter. All right. Has anybody online indicated an interest in making comments? All right, I see that they have not. So then we'll close public comment down. Thank you for reading, sniffles and all. And let's go to item 10A, the rate study update, where Mr. Hildebrandt will be presenting to the board. So the purpose of this is to familiarize ourselves with the current proposed rate study, and we'll have a month or so to consider until it's brought before the board. I believe possibly at the December board meeting.
Is he muted, Chris?
Mr. Hildebrandt, I believe you might be on mute.
Oh, there we go. Can you
There we
hear me now?
are. Yes, thank you.
Great. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Are you able to see that PowerPoint?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you for having me here this evening. I'll be giving a presentation on the 2022 rate study, where it stands currently. If you'll recall, a financial plan study was conducted earlier in the summer, and after concluding that effort, we regrouped and expanded the scope to include a full rate design study. And so this evening we have the preliminary recommendations from that study. So, in terms of an agenda, I'll just briefly cover the scope of work and the objectives of the work that we've been doing, that I've been doing with the district staff. I'll remind folks of the financial plan findings. These numbers are very similar to what were presented earlier in the summer with some small modifications. And then we'll dive into the cost of service and rate design results and options. And we'll wrap up with project schedule. So in terms of objectives for rate studying in general, there's the financial strategy is looking at all the revenues that come in and expenses that the district must pay for, looking at those revenue requirements and coming up with a strategy to make sure that the rate revenue that's received is adequate to meet reserve targets and meet other financial metrics. In addition, the rate setting involves cost of service analysis, which is really examining how your different types of customers affect district costs and making sure that the customers who drive the district's costs are the ones who are paying for that service. And so it's looking at the number of accounts, the size of the meters, and the amount of water that's being used to make sure that the different types of customers are paying for the cost of providing service. We are evaluating some different rate structures and looking for the structure that does the best job of meeting the district's objectives. When embarking on rate setting projects, it's important to note that we are bound by California law, and we need to make sure that we comply with it. The applicable law in this case is commonly referred to as Proposition 218 as part of the Constitution. And the basic tenets here is that the district can't charge more in general than the cost to provide service, and that the rates need to be proportionate to the services attributable to each parcel. So in plain speak, the district can't overcharge customers, and there needs to be equity between the different types of customers in terms of how much they pay relative to one another. There's also a procedural component to Proposition 218, which says that any increases to the rates must go through a process whereby 45-day noticing period happens, and then a public hearing is held where folks get an opportunity to protest against the rates. So jumping into the financial plan, I'm not going to go into all the details because really the focus of this evening's presentation is to talk about the cost of service and rate design. But just as a reminder, the primary driver for the rate revenue increases that are needed is the increase in capital spending that's planned. And you can see that in the last 4 years, the average capital spending has been about $2.3 million. And looking forward, the plan's average capital spending is going to more than double. So that's really what is behind the rate increases, the rate revenue increases that are expected to be proposed and when we have our final recommendation. This graph is pretty busy. Let me see if I can get a pointer here. Maybe I won't be able to find the pointer function. Well, are you able to see my mouse by chance?
Yes, it is a small
Great.
mouse,
Okay.
though.
So I don't need a pointer. Okay. So this is the final graph that I'll show in the financial forecast, but it has a lot of information, so I'll explain it a little bit. So the graph up above, the background in the green represents revenue, and the columns in the foreground represent expenses. And so really what you're looking to do is you're trying to balance over time the amount of expense and the amount of revenue so that you manage your reserves. This graph in the middle represents your reserves. So back in 2022, we're starting with $15 million, which is about your reserve target. And you can see the district will be drawing down on those reserves over the next couple of years. But with the rate revenue increases that are proposed currently, which is 8% per year for 3 years, followed by 2 6% rate increases. That would be the 5-year plan. With about $8 million in debt being issued, we will be able to maintain the reserve levels and work back up to meeting the targets over the long term. So that in a nutshell is the findings of the financial plan. It was covered in detail again back in the summer, and these numbers have changed a little bit since the last presentation, but the story remains the same. So jumping over to the cost of service and rate design. So when we talk about rate design goals, again, when we talk about rate design, we're talking about how much revenue to recover through fixed revenues as opposed to commodity or variable revenue. How to structure your rates. If you have tiered rates, how large the tiers are, how much water is received in each tier, how much is charged for each tier, and those various decisions. And so when we go through that process, we first and foremost need to make sure that we conform to the legal requirements, as I mentioned earlier, Proposition 218, which is just consistent, accepted industry practice, which goes hand in hand with being fair and equitable to your different customers. We want to make sure that we recognize that high water users do create a disproportionate financial burden on the districts as compared to low water users. As a secondary objective, we do want a rate structure that provides fiscal stability. so that if people's change in water usage, if they change their water usage behavior significantly, that there won't be wild swings in revenue, and that affordability is maximized to the extent possible for your customers. So as a reminder of what your current rates look like, you have two components. You have the fixed charges and the commodity charge. Within the fixed charge, folks have what they might see on their bill, what they have noticed is called the ready to serve charge, which is based on the size of their meter. What's not written on there, but is included within the ready to serve charge is an account charge, which is charged on a per account basis. And then there's the arsenic compliance charge, which is also based on the size of the meter. So altogether, these three charges put together currently generate about 62% of the rate revenue that's charged by the district. Then on the other side, there's the commodity charge, which is charged through tiered rates. The district currently has 4 tiers, and the basis for how much is charged in each of those tiers 1 through 4, was based on an analysis done back in 2018, and that looked at the cost of peaking costs and the cost of the conservation program. So those were considered and applied to the 4 tiers, and the district adopted rates based on that premise. The amount of water that folks received within each tier was based on their water needs. So their indoor water needs were allocated for tier 1, efficient outdoor water use for tier 2, extra outdoor water use for tier 3, and then excess use is anything above tier 3. And finally, there is a GSA fee, which is also a commodity-based rate. The GSA fee is essentially a pass-through. There's costs associated with the Groundwater Sustainability Agency that helps manage the local groundwater, and so the cost associated with the groundwater replenishment is passed through to the customers through a uniform rate for all water usage, and that helps pay for the replenishment fee, as well as what's called the GSP, the Groundwater Sustainability Plan expense. So there's 3 things that are being contemplated by this study, 3 proposed changes to the rate design that we're going to discuss this evening. First is to simply update the cost of service analysis. So when the study was done in 2018, it was based on the then current costs that the district was incurring, as well as the then current water usage behavior by the district's customers. Since that time, there's been a significant decrease in the conservation program spending because it's basically been replaced by the GSA program. And there has also been a significant decrease in water usage since 2018. And as these things go, the majority of that decrease in water usage happened in tiers 3 and tier 4. So even if we didn't make any fundamental changes to the rate structure, we would have to recalculate the proper rates because the inputs, the data going into how much should be charged in each tier has fundamentally changed, both from a cost perspective as well as water usage perspective. We did evaluate a 2-tier structure, which we'll discuss in detail in some later slides. So I won't talk about it in detail now, but the basic premise is that the tier 1 rate would be the rate that would be required to cover all the district's operating and capital expenses. So basically there'd be essentially a uniform rate to pay for all the district expenses, including the GSA pumping costs. And then that the tier 2 rate, which would be significantly more expensive, would be a surcharge to cover all the GSA replenishment costs. And again, I'll explain this in more detail on another slide, so I won't go over that in too much detail now. And then the third option here at the bottom is that we did evaluate based on or request from the board. We did evaluate what it would look like to lower the amount of fixed revenue being received by the district. What would that do to the rates if instead of recovering 60+% of the revenue through fixed revenue, what would it look like if we only recovered 40% or so of the rate revenue through fixed revenue? So we'll show you what those numbers look like. So first, just as a, when we talk about tiered rates, we talk about the tier width and we talk about the tier height. Tier width is referring to how much water folks receive within each tier. And in the existing 4 tiers, as I explained earlier, you get 9 HCF. So 1 HCF is about 450 gallons. And you get about 9 HCF. Well, you get 9 HCF in tier 1 for a single family home does. And that is enough to meet indoor water needs, monthly indoor water needs. Tier 2 is 15 HCF, which is enough to meet efficient outdoor water irrigation needs. And then 21 HCF for extra outdoor water needs. And then tier 4, there's no limit to how much you receive, and theoretically that's to provide water for any excess water usage. In the 2-tier system, the amount of water that you receive in tier 1 would be expanded to 24. And the 24 HCF was calculated because the district is allowed to pump a certain amount of groundwater per the GSA. The GSA has determined what the allotment is for Indian wells in terms of how much water can be extracted without a charge from the ground. And if everybody with an equivalent single family home account only pumps 24 HCF per month, or only use 24 HCF per month, the district would stay within that allotment. And so in other words, no replenishment charge would be incurred at all. The district wouldn't have to pay any kind of replenishment fee. And so the tier 1 rate would apply to all water usage below 24 HCF. And the tier 2 rate would apply to any usage above that threshold. By coincidence, 24 HCF happens to be the existing tier 1 and tier 2. If you add 9 plus 15, you happen to get 24 HCF. So it wasn't by design at all, but by total coincidence, it turns out that the proposed tier 1 threshold is equal to everybody's indoor water needs and efficient outdoor water needs. So that actually works out pretty well. This slide talks about the tier heights. And so this is the rates for the existing rate structure as it currently stands, the 4-tier commodity rates. So I already mentioned the widths of each of these tiers, and I'm repeating that here with these arrows showing how much water is received. And then the height represents how much is charged for each of these tiers. And if you look at the 2018 study, the tier 1 rate, the base of the tier 1 rate was based on base capacity charges. So basically average water use costs was the basis for the tier 1 rate. Tier 2 was the peak day costs. Tier 3 was peak hour costs. And then tier 4 was based on peak hour plus conservation program costs. And so that was the basic building blocks for why each tier got more expensive as you went along. Piled on top of that is that uniform rate I mentioned earlier that's currently passed through to the GSA, which is $1.89 per HCF. So that amount is the same for all 4 tiers. So you can see that the current rates are shown here in black. And when we recalculate these numbers based on existing usage and existing district costs, the new 4-tier system would look like this. It would be $266 for tier 1, which is a little bit lower than what you're currently paying. $336 for tier 2, which is a little bit more than what you're currently paying. $528, which is significantly higher than what you're currently paying for tier 3. And then only $584 for tier 4. The reason that the jump from tier 3 to tier 4 is so much smaller than what it used to be is because what I mentioned earlier is that the conservation spending has dropped dramatically. And so there's really not much cost difference between tier 3 and tier 4 because the conservation program costs have dropped from several $100,000 down to less than $50,000 per year. And so the justification for charging a larger amount has essentially gone away. If we look at a two-tier structure, again, we have the 24 HCF, which is the allocation in tier 1. That represents that the $2.06 represents all district costs. So if everybody paid this uniform rate of $2.06, that would pay for the district's operating costs, debt service, and capital spending if you combine it with the fixed revenue that I mentioned earlier. Layered on top of that is a GSA pumping charge, which is also a uniform rate that's charged for all water usage, and that's 24 cents. So the district cost plus the 24 cents adds up to the $2.06. The GSA replenishment costs, what this essentially does is right now, if I go back to this slide, everybody's paying for the GSA replenishment charge. Tier 1's paying for it, and Tier 4 is paying for it. Everyone's paying the same amount per unit for the replenishment charge. But what the two-tier structure recognizes is that folks who stay down here in tier 1, tier 2 really aren't driving the cost for GSA replenishment. It's only the folks who are in tier 2 who are driving this cost. And so what we're going to do is we're going to spread these costs over the water usage that occurs in tier 2. And so that ends up being about $6.50 per HCF that is charged to those customers. And so there's a pretty big jump tier 1 to tier 2. These numbers down here aren't a perfect comparison because this is the current tier 1 and the current tier 4. But just by way of comparison, that kind of shows what the lowest water users currently pay, what the highest water users are currently paying. So the lowest water users now would pay even less than they did before. And the highest water users will pay more than what they did before. One of the advantages to this particular approach is the very clear, well, there's two major advantages from my perspective as a rate consultant. One is that the nexus or the logic of who's paying for these costs is much more clear to me. It's clear that it's folks who use tier 2 water are the ones who are driving the GSA replenishment costs. Everyone who stays in tier 1 or the new proposed tier 1 are not driving these costs. And so it's a pretty important tenet of industry standard as well as Proposition 218 that you only charge customers who are driving their costs. And so I think it's a pretty strong case to be made that only folks who use above 24 HCF be the ones paying for these GSA replenishment costs. The other strength of this particular structure that appeals to me is the price signal. So that when you go from tier 1 to tier 2, it's going to be very noticeable on your bill. Folks are going to be very aware of that threshold, and when they have months where they stay in tier 1, they're going to be happy about that, and when they go into tier 2, they're going to notice it, and that's going to be a pretty useful tool in terms of messaging the importance of conservation. Here, this goes into some of the details of what we did to shift some of the costs, the fixed costs. We were asked to look at what would it look like if we only recovered 40% of the rate revenue through the fixed charge. So if we recover the fixed revenue as we currently do, which is about 61, 62%, we go through the different functions of the district, everything from customer service and meters to the arsenic treatment and field services, and we allocate those costs to how we want to recover them. Do we want to recover them through the account charge, through the meter charge? Both of these are fixed. Or do we recover it through the commodity charge, or the arsenic charge? And this particular allocation of costs is what was used, very similar to what was used in 2018. and it gets us the same amount of fixed revenue as previously. I think it's important to point out that while this is how it's been allocated, if you really look at the district's actual variable costs, they're quite low. It's only 22% of the district's costs are variable. And if you take the GSA out, the GSA replenishment charge is a variable charge. In other words, it's if you use less water, that charge goes down. And if you use more water, that charge goes up. If you took the GSA costs out, only 3.6% of the district's costs are variable. Literally only 3.6 of the cost, and that's, electricity and chemicals are essentially the variable costs that go up and down depending on water usage. Everything else is fixed. And so recovering as much revenue as you can through the fixed charge is important for revenue stability. If we go to a lower fixed revenue model where we only recover about 40% of the revenue through the fixed revenue, we would allocate, just 50% of customer service and meters and about 50% of your debt and capital through the two fixed components. We continue to recover all the arsenic charges through the arsenic charge, and then everything else could be in the commodity charge. But this, you can see that a lot of things that are actually fixed costs, such as storage and transmission distribution, all these things are by nature fixed, would be recovered through the commodity charge, which is a variable revenue. And so that creates a misbalance that where if folks use significantly more or less water, your revenues will change dramatically, but your costs won't.
Mark,
So this is, yes, sir.
this is Mallory speaking. During your presentation, I flipped forward in your slides and I didn't see this reference, so I'm asking it here. You mentioned during our presentation last week that you felt that fixed revenue rate of 61.3% was actually low from what it should be. Could you talk to that, please?
Sure. So that gets back to my point here, that down in the footnote, where if we were to actually develop rates that were purely based on whether a cost was fixed or variable, the fixed revenue would be 78%. That would be an exact mirror of the fixed cost to fixed revenue. The reason we don't do that, and we're not obligated to do that, but if you take it too far, then so much of the customer's bill is fixed that they really don't experience much change at all on the commodity side, and there really won't be any incentive to use less water. They will pay so much on the fixed side, it really hurts affordability because everybody's bill will be high regardless of how much effort they do to lower their bill. They'll still have a really high fixed component. So we're looking for a balance here. But so that's what you may have heard me say, that technically you could charge a higher fixed charge, but I wouldn't recommend it simply because it really creates a situation where affordability becomes a real problem, and providing a fair signal to your customers is really minimized when you do that.
Thank you.
So this table has a lot of numbers on it. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but just for the record, this shows what the fixed monthly charge would look like in terms of what the existing rates are here on the upper left hand corner, which has the 61% fixed. If we kept that 61% fixed and we updated it for for next calendar year, you can see that these rates would go up by about 3 to 7%. So just a modest increase. If we dropped it to 40% fixed, these are again the same existing rates. When you compare that to what it would look like, that part of the bill would drop dramatically. It would drop by some 30% for most meter sizes. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through 3 different scenarios, because when I show you those numbers and I show you, okay, this is a commodity rate and this is the fixed rate and the ready to charge, it's a lot of numbers and it's really hard to wade through. It's hard to make sense of what you're looking at. But what ultimately makes sense to everybody is, how does this affect my bill at the end of the month? And so what we're looking at here is a bill, what we call a bill impact analysis, where we look at different types of customers. We took a cross section of different types of customers, and we show what their existing bill would look like given a given amount of use of water usage, and what their proposed bill would look like, and how much it would change by. So, for example, if we take a single family home that uses low water usage, they've got a 3/4 inch meter. They only use 5 HCF per month, which is about a third of the average use. This shows what their fixed bill would look like with the existing rates. This is what their consumption bill, or commodity rate, would look like. And with the proposed bills, it would jump by about $3 for the fixed bill, and it would stay pretty close to the same on the commodity side. And so it would be about a $3 increase, $2.86, or a 5% increase. You can go through here and see all the different changes for the different types of customers. We've shown median, average, high use, and very high use for single family, as well as master meter, which is basically your duplexes and your apartments, showing average use across those types of customers and different types of commercial. So you can see that on a percent basis, it's pretty equal. Everyone's experiencing a rate increase that's somewhere between 2% and 8% is kind of the range. So not wild swings in terms of the rate increases to different types of customers. I did mention for the astute observer, you might be thinking, well, I thought Mr. Hildebrand said that we were going to have 8% rate increases in the year one. Shouldn't the average customer be paying 8% more in year one? And that is true, and they will, or that they would have, except for what's happening is that we are anticipating that the GSA replenishment charge is going to go down. That's not included in this analysis. And as I mentioned, the GSA replenishment charge is a pass-through. And we're expecting that to drop based on the fact that the district is pumping less water from the groundwater this year than it did last year. And so that number hasn't been recalculated officially yet, but based on projections, we expect it to drop a bit. And so that's why the total rate increases are not going all the way up to 8%. So that's with 4 tiers and 61%. So this is basically the rate structure that you currently have in place now. So you currently have the 4 tiers and you have 61% fixed revenue. So that's the bill impact for that scenario when we do 4 tiers and the higher fixed revenue. If we do 2 tiers and 61% fixed, you can see it impacts different types of customers very differently. The low water users in year one would actually see a slight drop in their bill. Median and average water users would see an even larger drop in their bill. And then the high users and very high users would be the ones who would see pretty dramatic increase in their bill. And again, the reason this is happening is because we're recognizing that it's the higher water users that are driving the cost for the GSA replenishment. And so those customers are going to be picking up that bill rather than spreading that cost across everyone, including folks who don't use much water. You can see that very real impacts happening year in year one. These other percentages kind of reflect that when we look at the average master meter customer and the average commercial account, it appears that, by and large, they are, or that almost across the board, they're staying within that tier one allocation, and so their bills would go down as well. It's really just the customers that are using above the new tier one allocation that would be paying significantly more. Looking at the same analysis, now we're looking at two tiers, but with that lower fixed revenue. You can see the impacts here that some low water users would see some double-digit decreases in their bill. You can see how it affects different types of customers in different ways here. Again, this is the lower fixed revenue is not my personal recommendation, simply because of the impacts that it's going to have on the district's financial stability. It really lowers the district's financial stability, and it makes the district more vulnerable to changes in revenue volatility. This is simply a rate schedule for what the recommended rate schedule. So what's being recommended by my staff based on conversations with district staff and with the board subcommittee is two-tier structure, changing to a two-tier structure and keeping the higher fixed revenue of 61%. And here you can compare what those rates would look like, the current rates versus what would be effective in year one. And I'm sorry, I need to jump back and explain one more thing I neglected to say. These percent changes, these percentages would only happen in year one. So in year one, because there's a change in the structure, you get this very different impact on different types of customers depending on how they use water. In year two, that 8% increase would apply to everyone equally because the adjustment will have already been made. And so the structure, the impact of changing the structure would happen entirely just in year one. And in year two, year three, year four, year five, those rate increases would be uniform across the board. So everybody would get the 8% rate increase equal. So again, this is the rates for year one, and you can see that the tier one, I show it as tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 simply so that you can compare it to the existing tier 1, 2, 3, 4. But you can see that tier 1 and 2 are the same. So essentially, the new tier 1 is $1.82 for the district rates, and then another 24 cents for the pumping. And then the new tier 2, which is the existing tier 3 and 4, would be the same. $1.82 plus $6.64 for the replenishment charge plus the 24 cents for the pumping. And then we have our fixed monthly charges listed down here. Great, this is my last slide, and this is just to sort of explain. Let me make sure it's my last slide. Yes. This is to explain the fact that what's being proposed is that the GSA portion of the bill would be a pass-through. So when I say it's a pass-through, the fact of the matter is that those GSA-related costs, the replenishment rate, and the extraction fee, those can change from one year to the next, and there's nothing that the district can do about it. It's entirely controlled by the GSA. And right now, they're charging $2,130 per acre foot. That can change from one year to the next. And the water allocation is currently at 4,390 acre feet per year to be extracted. That can change from one year to the next. And so the basic premise for, if I go back to this block right here, the basic premise for how much water you need or how much water you get in tier 1 and how much you charge for the GSA replenishment costs can change dramatically from one year to the next. And so if you adopt a pass-through policy, those costs can change dynamically depending on what the GSA decides. So if the GSA decides to drop this rate down to, say, $1,500, then that tier 2 rate would drop commensurately with the new rate. What this allows the district to do is to really charge customers the actual cost that it's incurring. Because if the district doesn't treat this as a pass through, then we need to get out our crystal ball and make some forecasts of what do we think is going to happen over the next 5 years. Is the GSA going to continue to charge 2,130, or is it going to go up, or is it going to go down? And so we have to lock it in based on these forecasts. Whereas if you just adopt a pass through, then every year you can reevaluate what the actual rate is and just pass those costs on through your customers.
So we don't have to do another 218.
Exactly. It's included in the 218 notification. It's adopted as policy. And so it just allows the district to adopt these new rates. I mean, it still goes to the board as an action to adopt, but you don't have to go through the 218 process. Just a quick note that the study will be retaining the existing structure that you currently have for your zone charges, which is the pumping charge for pumping up to elevation, your meter construction meters for those portable meters, the private fire charge and the bulk water rates are all going to keep the same structure that they currently have. And that concludes my presentation. So I'm happy to turn it back over to the board for any questions.
So what's involved in us adopting this GSA cost as a pass-through charge? Is that just something you can do, Ty? What's the mechanism?
It would be part of the 218 process.
So we would request that up front? Okay.
Yeah, I would provide some language and you would adopt it by, I'm not sure whether it would be a resolution or an ordinance, but it would be adopted by one of those and codified.
I have a couple questions related to that also. If you're looking at the 2-tier and we're charging 182 per unit and then 664 for the GSA, how would that be considered equitable with the difference in meter sizes? I know that the larger meters get a larger allocation because they pay a higher ready to serve charge, but the water that flows through that meter is going to be used for whatever purpose it's used for. So I think that that would be putting more burden on people that maybe aren't higher users but have larger families and don't have a larger meter, because if they had a larger meter, they would get a larger allocation. So how can we justify that through Prop 218?
You know, it's a valid point. The assumption that was made back in 2018 is that customers with a larger meter have larger water needs. They just run larger operations, and so efficient water use by them looks different than efficient water use by someone with a smaller meter, simply because by nature, somebody with larger water, you know, an irrigation meter with a 4-inch meter, it's not 4 inches for no reason. It's 4 inches because you have a large space to irrigate, and it serves a greater purpose and has a larger you know, impact if it was a park or something like that. And so the premise there is simply that yes, we are giving a larger water allocation to folks who have larger water needs. You could make the argument that you don't want to give water allocations on that basis, and that it's simply every account gets a certain allocation, regardless of how large the meter is. So a school would get the same allocation as a single family home. That would put the school into tier 2 almost immediately. And so that's generally why we don't do that.
Okay, so yeah, and now I understand that for the schools, and that was part of my concern was, say, the hotels and stuff, that we're penalizing our residents, but then the people that stay here aren't getting, there's not a charge because they have a larger meter, and so they stay in the lower tier. So that was my concern. And then moving to the construction meters. Right now, the way it's set up, I'm all for having the cost for construction meters be a little higher, but I have a concern through this new rate. Will there be an allocation of 128 units before it goes to tier 2, just as it is with the 2-inch meter? Or will it be at the higher rate the whole time? Because when we set this up before, it was set up to be charged as a 2-inch meter. So there should be an allocation there too. Is that correct?
Right. I'll have to remind myself. Apologize.
Yeah, currently it's a uniform rate,
It is, correct. So,
a 2-inch.
correct, and you don't get an allocation for the units. So
It's
this
blended
way,
into
you
it,
would
yeah.
have to, because it would be almost $10 a unit for a construction meter at that point for water. Because it would be
Yeah,
continually in tier 2, which would be
I
completely
hear
unaffordable.
your point. I hear your point about, the difficulty of the allocation. I think that the district, if we went to the 2-tier structure, and Ty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the district would simply make a policy decision on whether, I think keeping the uniform rates easiest because, determining the water needs of a construction meter is nearly impossible. And so the question is, would the uniform rate be the tier 1 rate or would it be the tier 2 rate? And you could easily justify charging the tier 2 rate from the get-go to the construction meters.
I think if you did that, you would have to eliminate the 2-inch meter charge because you're not giving them the allocation as you are all the other customers that have a 2-inch meter.
Yeah, it's definitely something we can look at. With the construction meter, it doesn't have to go through a Prop 218 process as it's not property related. So that is something we
Okay.
could look at
Okay, and then
separately.
my other comment is if we go to the tier 1, and we go to the 4-tier system again, just a question. The allocation right now is not even 55 gallons per day for a family of 4 for tier 1. So looking at that, right now it's set at 3. So I have some concerns about that too. I don't see how somebody can stay at that unit with a family of 4 or 5 or 6 people with a swamp cooler and then be considered a water waster if they went higher than that, because it's just not possible.
Yeah, and I put a slide up here to remind folks of this is what the tier width. This is the logic for the tier widths as they were calculated back in 2018. The entire premise for why you get a certain amount of water within each tier really fundamentally changes. If we go to a 2-tier structure, it's the tier width is not based on water need, or specifically calculated as, through these, but rather based on the district's water supply and how much pumping is allocated. And yes, we do apportion it based on meter size, but ultimately the total number of gallons is based on the district's GSA allocation, pumping allocation, and not based on whether, how many gallons per day somebody's using or how many people live in their home. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
It does, kind of, sort of. And then my last question is going to be more for Ty, because I'm concerned about our residents over the people here out of town. But currently, we have the van camp. Under this new structure, would they be charged for the GSA, or would their meter allocation be large enough that they would not be charged for the GA fee? Because that's the kind of concerns I have.
And that I'd have to look at water usage, and that would have to be a discussion we take offline as we can't talk about specific accounts.
Are there any additional questions?
I've got a number of comments. If this is a good time.
Well, let's do one quick thing first.
Okay.
Let's go through the schedule, please, Mr. Hildebrand. Slide 24, and then it's comments. No? Back one?
Right, okay.
There we go. Okay. So to stay within the, go ahead.
I was gonna say, are you on mute, Mark?
No, were you, I changed the schedule. I thought that there were comments coming.
Okay, so I just wanted to cover the schedule quickly. So we've got the preliminary recommendations. The Finance Committee was last week. These are the preliminary recommendations today. There will be a period of time between today and the board meeting in December for final recommendations to the board to be presented. That is to say, to amend the current recommendations. And then we'll have a public hearing scheduled somewhere around February 13th, and then these rates would not be implemented if they were passed. Whichever rate plan was passed would not be implemented until March 1st. So there's time for board consideration and for public input. Okay, thank you. Comments?
Yes.
And just to
Can you pass these down there?
further clarify, just on December 12th, we would be asking the board to approve the 218 notice. We would be bringing the 218 notice to the December 12th meeting and asking the board to approve that it be sent out.
Judy. What?
All right, thank you, Mr. Hildebrand.
John? One left. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm actually dividing my comments into two parts. One is, since I'm an engineer, I believe in looking at the big picture. And so I decided to really evaluate what these rates look like. I needed to model them. If you look at this sheet, you'll notice that I've got three different sets of rates modeled. They are sort of identified. The red is the proposed 4T with the current GA fees. And that would be the high GSA fees. What Mark is calling, I think, 61%.
Are we supposed to be able to see what you're referring to?
Unfortunately, he has paper handouts.
Okay, all right. Sorry, go on. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure.
And so anyway, the red is the proposed four-tier scenario. The rather kind of orange-yellow is the current rate schedule that we're using right now. And the blue is the two-tier scenario. And I think Mark pointed out that it's got a uniform rate as far as, or a fixed rate as far as the water district portion of the curve is. The reason it changed the slope is that 24 units, we add in the GSA fee, okay? So before I go any further, I guess I'd like to add that I had two goals in mind. One was to reduce the Tier 1 fee, and that's just to take some burden off of the people on fixed incomes. And number two is to not reduce the Tier 2 fee. And that's for no other reason than to encourage conservation. What I'd like to do is draw your attention to the Tier 1. And you notice on Tier 1, that is units 1 through 9, there is little or very little a difference between the current rate and the, in any of them, quite frankly. And we'll get to some more.
Stan, I have a couple questions for you. The axis along the bottom, 1, 3, 5, 7, is that number of units of water being used?
I'm sorry, what number?
The numbers along the bottom, is that the number of water?
The numbers on the bottom are units of water. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
What's the
very important.
y-axis?
And I went up through 90 units of water, which is 2.5 acres, which is a lot of water in a year.
Okay, can you tell me what your axis, your
And
axis
it's
is?
dollars
dollars?
on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Thank you. And what else did I forget? Well, obviously, I think you understand.
So that's an estimated bill on the left-hand side.
This is what you get on a bill, right? This is your monthly fee bill.
Thank you.
And as we've already, Mark has indicated, Tier 1 is the first 46% of the water. Tier 2 is the next 32% of the water, and then followed by Tier 3, which is 14%, and 8% is Tier 4. So was there anything obvious that I should have said? I've been looking at this so often that I've been working on this for over a week. I only had data for those 3 scenarios with the GA fee, so that's what I've got on here. But in any event, what you notice is that my objective of Tier 1 decreasing, we'll get into a better resolution on the next sheet, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. The objective of not reducing Tier 2, if you look at down at the bottom on Unit 24, and you look at the blue line, which is the two-tier thing that Mark, I think, is encouraging us to adopt. It indeed is actually has a lower fee at 24 than either the current fee or the proposed 4T scenario. And then if you look up further to the right at anywhere in the 63, 65, 67 area, you'll note that the current schedule actually crosses the proposed 4T. Now, that is because we no longer have a significant amount of environmental costs. And they're down to nothing, and I think Mark has already indicated rather than 4 tiers, we might as well go to 3 tiers because there's not enough money to justify the 4th tier. But in any event,
Quick question, Stan, when you say environmental costs, can you tell me what that means?
I beg your pardon?
When you say environmental cost, what do you mean by that?
There was in last year's budget around $550,000 associated with environmental costs. And maybe we should talk to Mark about Ty with that. But
Okay.
a lot of it was the grass refurb, cash for grass. There's a number of little things that all add up around
Okay, I understand now, thank you.
$600,000. Those were costs that have to go into the budget.
Hi?
Conservation,
Right.
not environmental.
What? No, I didn't I say conservation?
You said environmental cost. He was suggesting
Environmental,
it should be
okay,
conservation.
conservation costs, I'm
Right.
sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
That's why I was confused.
So in any event, that is, on the large scale. Oh, and by the way, one thing you should note is that the blue line, which is the two-tier line, is, as far as these 3 go, it is the most expensive of all of the schedules. For those of you who are interested and use a lot of water anyway, it's important. Going on to the second page that has got a better resolution, we can look at what's really going on in Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1, there is a very minor cost savings at the highest end of Tier 1 at about in the order of $4. At Tier 24, it turns out, however, the Tier 2 is down about $20. And of course, that doesn't meet my objective of not decreasing Tier 2. And then the rest of it is, not all that important. Now, it turns out at about noon today, I actually got some data on the last tier 4T. And I was able to throw something together. I don't 100% guarantee that's accurate, but it is to the best of my ability. Can you pass that down to Ty? Judy, would you like, John, if you want one?
Stan, have you provided these to Mr. Hildebrandt?
Pardon?
Did you provide Mr. Hildebrandt with these charts?
I may have provided some to Ty earlier, but these came off the press at noon or
Hot
afternoon
off the
today.
press today?
So, no, I'm sure he doesn't have these. And
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Stan?
certainly,
So I understand what you're wanting to accomplish here. By lowering the tier 1 and not lowering tier 2 is what you're saying. Are you wanting to lower the fixed rate on tier 1?
Oh.
And if that's the case, I understand your comment, but because I have a lot of comments from, my parents even, we pay this much for water and we only use this much water. Well, we have those costs put in place for operating costs.
yeah. Well, the only way I know of to lower the tier 1 rate, I think, I'm pretty sure the only obvious way is to lower the fixed rate.
Okay.
And by the way, the new line is the gray line. You've seen the other 3 lines. It's the gray line that has been added in this chart. Doesn't have all the foo-foo on it because I didn't have time to play with it. But the basics are still here. The scale's the same, and so that's fairly straightforward. But lowering the fixed rate, and I believe the high fixed rate that you saw on the other one was right around $45. And this one is right around $30.
Okay.
So it's lowering it by about a third.
So when you say the fixed rate, you mean the, basically the ready-to-serve charge?
The summation of all of the ready-to-serve stuff that's on your bill.
But the other lines on this page represent water usage.
The commodity water usage.
Just commodity.
Yes.
So you've mixed, you have the fixed rate on here with the commodity.
Right. Well, I mean, you see at 0 units, you've got a number, and that's the fixed rate. And it starts off. Actually, I don't have 0. It starts at 1. But you can kind of extrapolate. All right.
So the gray line is what? Just the fixed rate, or the cost to the customer with your proposed lowered fixed rate and commodity charges?
The gray line is a lower fixed fee rate, and I just got today the commodity fees that go with that fixed rate. When you change the fixed rate, you still got to get the same total number of revenue. So obviously, all the tiers have to change, and that's what I didn't have, and I didn't want to just guess at it. But I did get it, and I believe I've represented it fairly well.
Just to be clear, the gray line represents the addition of the fixed rate to the costs for who?
It's not an additional fixed fee. It is a change of the current fixed fee, or the current proposed 4-tier fixed fee from 45, roughly 45. It has been going up and down just a tad. I can't keep up with all the changes.
45%.
But it's going down to about. It had been $29.50. Now I think it's a little over 30. But in that ballpark, within that limit, it's the curves aren't going to change because of a fraction of a dollar change. But in any event, what you notice on here, even though again the scale you can't tell real well, it is at least enough of a change that you can see that all of tier 1, which is 1 through 9, you can see that there is a lowering of tier 1, which is one of my objectives. Also, you can see that tier 2, instead of going down like the 2T scenario, it actually goes up just a little bit. Not much, but as long as it didn't go down, I was happy. And there's a little bit of increase in tier 3, although it crosses the blue line at about 45. So now what you've got is 4 rather than 3 scenarios with the 2T scenario. And by the way, that's the 2T scenario with a high fixed fee. Is the blue line, which is the most expensive when you get out past, say 55, and there are a few people out there past 55 units a month. And then comes the gray line, which is the 4T with the low fixed fee. And then, of course, you can't count anymore the current fee because that's going to go away. And the low line is the proposed 4T solution at the 45 current GA level. And of course, when I say current, it's probably going to change because we're pumping different amount of water now. But it's in that, again, in that ballpark. It is added in that same way. It doesn't start at tier 24. It starts where it currently starts, which is at 1. And now going on to the second page. This is the same data, but with a higher resolution. And here, it's clear, looking at the first unit, that there is about a $10 or $12 reduction on the tier 1. And even up to tier 9, there is a slight reduction in cost. And then again, you'll notice there's a better resolution on tier 2, showing that indeed there is about a $14 increase rather than a $20 decrease at the top of tier 2. With obviously, again, all those ones along the bottom are still units, and the numbers along the side are dollars. So from my perspective, the 2T scenario, it doesn't help the tier 1 folks. It reduces the cost to tier 2 people and is a disincentive to conservation. And even though the $30 rather than the $45 fixed fee may have gone just a little bit too far down, it probably represents the best of the curves or the best of the schedules. One thing you should note is that I actually looked at the data for the average unit fee, and the average unit fee for the 4-tier with the low fixed fee is actually going up, as opposed to on the 2-tier fee, the average unit fee is going down, and that's of course the difference between the two. So that's my analysis of the 4. Well, actually, it's 3. Obviously, the current fee schedule is no longer applicable, but it's there so you can compare it with the new fee structures. And I guess my feeling is, again, I wanted to look at the big picture because when you look at the impact pages that we got from Mark, it was like looking at a construction site through a peephole. You know, you can see little bits and pieces all over, you can't see the big picture. And this was an attempt to make sure everybody understood what these various scenarios actually do. So that's where I am at the modeling. Now, I do have to go back through and now that I got the real numbers from Mark, even though I have confidence that what Mark had given us earlier are probably correct and it's what I used, I want to go back and make sure that all of the modeling is correct. Nothing is going to change, I don't believe, to change the overall outcome of the fixed fee going down with a four-tier structure is going to change dramatically. We have not talked in the finance committee about changing the widths of the various tiers. That's still something that could be looked at if to modify things in a minor way. Or actually what we had said early was what we wanted to do is look at how how the tier structure is compatible with the state laws of SB 606 and AB 1668, and we never quite got there. So anyway, my choice of all of these would, and even though, like I say, the 30 might be a slight overkill in terms of reduction of fixed fee, it still, represents what I think is the best of the scenarios. So that is what I would opt for. Now,
Question, Stan. The last one you just showed us here, I don't know what that would be called. It is scenario impact currently versus 3 options.
it's
Okay, your gray line is what you would propose, correct?
that is absolutely correct.
Okay, so reading this, correct me if I'm wrong, but it shows that 78% of our users would get a reduced bill from our current bill. With your currently gray line, that there would be reduced bills for everybody at tier 1, reduced bills for everybody in tier 2, and then at tier 3 it would go up on your gray line because the first gray line breaks our orange line at 14 units, between 14 and 15 units. So that would be the top of tier 2. So that would be reducing for tier 1 and 2, is that correct? So that
No,
that's
well,
78%
the
of our
top,
usage.
the top of tier 2 goes up. There is 1 unit, no, that's still 9. 10 is right on the
No,
line.
I'm talking on this one that you just the last one we just went over. This one right here, that
Yeah.
you just handed us.
Yeah, that's what this is. What, tier, the first unit of tier 2 is right here.
On Mark's proposed, but this is our current proposed. That's what we currently have in place now, isn't it?
We currently have in place now, right.
So on this gray line, it's cheaper than everything we currently have in place all the way up to tier 14.
14 or 15.
So that's cheap, so that's reducing
Yeah.
tier 1 and 2.
It's reducing the first 3 units of tier 2, yes, 4 units. However, at the top of tier 2,
Then there would be an increase at between 14 and 15.
and, yeah, well, all of 4 goes up a little, no, 3. This is 3 here, this is 1, 2, 3. So all of 3,
No, you can't break it down that way because you still got, this is tier 1, this is tier 2 right here, and then tier 3 starts here, and tier
Right.
4. So it would be a different scenario.
well, this isn't 4. This is 36. 4 starts at 45.
Okay.
Okay. You're right that there
So
are.
that would be cheaper on that analysis. So that's my only point is that would be 78% of our customers would get a reduction and we would have 22% of the people paying the higher rates. And I don't see how we could be sustainable at that point.
Let me think about that. Well, yeah, but comparing the gray line with the blue line,
Correct, correct.
The,
We're
the
gonna make,
blue, the blue line, yeah.
is a
you're right.
reduction.
I actually, I agree with you. However, the gray line, it does have 3 or 4, maybe 5 units that would be cheaper, but the blue line, every one of them is cheaper.
Okay.
So it's not a panacea.
I'm sure I was
Yeah,
understanding this.
although
Okay.
there may be a way of changing the number of units in a tier, or, upping the, fixed fee by $1 or 2 to pull that up a little bit.
Okay.
I mean, there's variations,
So
I
we should
didn't,
suggest that to Mark and have him look at it.
I didn't have time to go through and,
Okay.
but I think generally speaking, you're right. I would prefer something close to the gray line. Certainly, the blue line is reducing water all the way through tier 2 and through a lot of tier 3. So, yeah, I mean, it's not, I would agree, it's not perfect.
How does that encourage conservation? If you're reducing the cost of water all through 3 tiers.
That's what he's pointing out with Mark's plan.
Okay. No, okay.
You couldn't hear, sorry.
So,
All right. Does
yeah,
any other, does
are
any
you trying to
other,
keep secrets from me?
does any other director have a comment for either Stan or for Mr. Hildebrand?
I do have, well,
Stan,
yeah,
let's let somebody else have a chance.
okay, but I got part 2 of
Director
my-
Rotora.
too.
And Director Jasinski.
Yes, no,
Okay.
it was,
I want to address something Chuck said. Chuck, you were saying that in a 2-tier system, the 24 HCF may not be enough for a family of 4 or 5 or something like that. When you do the math on that, that's basically for about 590 gallons a day.
Not in tier 1, at 9.
No,
at
I'm
9
sorry,
units.
tier 2.
Yeah,
I'm
9.
saying if we go to a 2-tier system,
Yes.
which is the lower proposed current commodity rate. And so I just wanted to make that clear because it sounded like there's not enough water there for, with 590 gallons a day, including swamp coolers, whatever, it's quite a bit of water.
I would say in tier 1. Tier
Yeah.
1 is, I don't feel, is large enough for tier 1 for a family of 4.
Well, and the other thing I want to say is
But-
I sort of analyze this from the standpoint of a large water user with a 1-inch meter and a medium-sized family. And this isn't a bad proposal. I think Mark's done a good job on it. And I don't know what you expect, Mr. President, out of today's meeting. I would suspect we'd like to go away agreeing that the final one coming to us in December is something.
that was the original charter of the committee.
Right, and at first I was thinking 4-tier, then, I think Mark mentioned 3-tier at a meeting sometime. But the more I look at the 2-tier, which I think is one of the fair ones to do, because again, the higher users are paying for the GSA fees, which is a flexible cost. Because that, we've already seen it come down somewhat here at the district, and it may go up, it may go down, but the burden of that is on the higher users over the 24 HCF per month. So, I'm in favor of the 2-tier system with the 61% fixed rate.
Okay.
I just want to let you know that's where I stand on this, so if the board wants to say anything to come back with a final, that's where I stand.
All right, thank you. Director Boyd, Vice President Boyd.
I think I've already shared some of these views, but Mark was good at pointing out that the 2-tier system, even though this wasn't part of the thinking when we started looking at 2-tier, once it was in place and he's able to do his analysis, he said this is the most legally defensible position we can make with regards to recovering our GSA fees, because we're assigning the GSA fees to those people who are using water in excess of what our allocation is from the GSA. So it's all imported water cost, and it's going to the people that are causing the imported water costs to go up. If everybody stayed within tier 1 at the 24 HCF level, the argument is we wouldn't have the
No one would
GSA
be paying
fees.
that fee, right.
The lower tier users, even though they may not be as much of a reduction as with the tier 4 with the 40%, they are seeing a reduction in rates on the, those of us or those who are on fixed income. It's perhaps, like I say, not as significant as another option, but it is in fact true that they are seeing a lower rate. This does encourage conservation. As the rates or as the water use gets higher, the costs go up, and they should, right?
Okay.
We are in a dire situation that we need to get under control. And this will help with some decision-making, even though the dollar amounts, personally, they wouldn't be enough to change my water usage issues. It's not that much, but it may affect others who are watching their dollars closer. And as we've been advised by staff, the 60% fixed rate better addresses the solvency issues for the water district. The 40% can be managed, but it'll take a lot more effort and oversight, and people will have to be trained to watch for the excursions and make anticipations in advance so that you could make adjustments to make up for the shortfalls. The 60% gives us a little bit of buffer and is a little bit more, I think, resilient.
All right, so Stan, the gray line is your proposed four-tier system with a 40% fixed fee?
Yeah, it's straight out of Mark's.
Okay, thank you.
He sent me some additional view graphs, and I think he might have shown them tonight. I haven't seen them before in a presentation, but he sent them to Don, and then Don forwarded them to me earlier.
Okay.
And so the numbers are directly out of Mark's
And you have
presentation.
another handout you'd like to hand out?
Pardon?
You have another handout? Oh, I thought I saw you were getting ready to hand out some more papers. Okay.
You want it?
No, I thought you were gonna hand.
Oh,
some
no,
papers.
no.
Okay.
Yeah, I only have two
All right, sorry.
handouts.
Okay, all right, good, all right.
Yeah,
I thought I saw another stack.
yeah.
All right.
Okay. I'd like to ask Jim, have we ever had anybody challenge our use of the tier structure?
Not to date that I'm aware of.
And haven't we, over the past years, always claimed that at the 218 hearing that the tier structure satisfied 218?
We've done more than claim. We believe it does satisfy 218. It does, yes. We believe that the tier system complies with Proposition 218.
Yeah, okay.
Can I
Please.
chime in? And Mark maybe can chime in as well, but during his presentation, he noted that the environment is always changing with Prop 218, and what may have been acceptable a couple of years ago is evolving, and things could change. So as Director
Yeah,
Boyd
I-
mentioned, go ahead, Mark.
When I say that the two-tier structure is more defensible, I didn't mean to imply that the four-tier structure is not defensible, because under current law and current interpretation, I agree that I believe that it is. I just, I just recognize that it is a changing landscape. Courts come down with different decisions all the time. And so I feel like part of my job is to try to anticipate which direction it's going, and to pick the most conservative approach that's going to be the most defensible, given the changes that we've seen.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
I have one more thing I'd like to maybe ask Ty. The other question being, obviously, is the financial forecast. What's your recommendation, Ty? We're looking at either financing this capital or not, and which results in extra $6.6 million of interest expenses over, 12 years, I think? What's your recommendation?
So the direction we've been given by the board is to go with the debt service one. Of course, anything we can pay in cash, I like to pay in cash, but we do have to be cognizant of our reserve levels as well.
All right, thank you.
We had originally approved $9.4 million in bond capital, and somewhere along the line, the staff got together and decided we didn't need one of the projects yet. We pushed it out, and another project was reduced by $1 million, so that reduced the 9.4 to 7.7. So let's not argue with them, Ron.
And the other point there, Ty, was that we were going to be looking at standard bonds and perhaps SRM money to get lower interest rates. So,
Well, of course, we'll try to get SRF.
Yeah.
When
One
it's
of
available,
the
if it's
reasons
not,
One of the reasons we had pushed them out a year is to give us time to research how do you actually apply for state, the state funds,
Okay, do any of the directors have any additional questions for either Mr. Hildebrand or for Ty?
I don't have a question.
besides me? Oh, go ahead.
I just have a comment. I'm for the two-tiered system. I would like to see us do something that way. I've been trying to
Advocate.
change that for a while.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it work. I have a concern about the GSA fee, so I hope our legal can look at that and make sure that that's legal, as far as only passing it to a certain percentage of our customers, because I am concerned with that.
Okay.
And so I'd like to have them do that and then look at this next month and see where we're at.
Will do.
Thank
I'll
you.
do that. I just looked at this first time as well, so I plan on doing that.
Okay, Stan, you have another comment before I pass?
Oh,
this to the
yes.
public?
Actually, this is my left to-do list. We had agreed on a certain number of topics that we were going to address in the Finance Committee. The left to do is complete the capital equipment discussions. I was told when I was asked about the cash capital to look at the new FY23 budget. I did that. And I came up with $1 million requirement per year over a 10-year period. And in the meantime, Ty had come up with a $2 million requirement. And so I think there's a little bit of a discrepancy there. Second thing is, we need to complete the replenishment fee distribution. Quite frankly, I am not in favor of, I'm not necessarily against the two-tier system, although the way it's being done is putting everything on a very small group of people. And I really hesitate to, when those people see their first bills, I think they might have a heart attack. And quite frankly, all of the water that is past tier 1 is discretionary, and we could divide the replenishment fee into all of the discretionary funding, not necessarily equally, but we could. There are a number of ways of doing that. I don't use a lot of water. I'm mostly a tier 1 user, but I still think we need to be equitable to everybody. And to me, that means that we need to be careful about the tier 1 user, but we also need to be a little bit careful about the tier 4 user. So item 2 is, or I mean, that was 23. 2. Number 3 is we need to complete the fixed fee versus commodity fee analysis. My feeling is by doing what has been proposed here, we are fundamentally creating a problem with the conservation efforts. The reason that we have had conservation and reduced pumping over the last year is because of the replenishment fee. I mean, it's being driven by cost. Another thing that we said we were going to discuss was separate commercial, industrial, and institutional accounts, separate from the residential accounts. Right now, it's my firm belief that the residential accounts are subsidizing the commercial accounts.
Please don't use the word subsidize. That is
Okay, well,
not legally correct.
How would you like me to word that?
I would disagree. I do not believe the rate structure that we have subsidizes anybody. We're not allowed to subsidize somebody. The costs have to be dispersed equitably and consistent with the cost of providing the service. So when you say subsidy, you're implying that the rate structure is improper in some way, and I would disagree with that.
Oh, okay. Well, let me give you one or two examples. Right now, the commercial people are allowed to have other than a 3/4 inch meter. a residential user can have a 1 inch or a 1 1/4 inch meter, if we have those, but he's still charged based upon a 3/4 inch meter. However, a residential can change the diameter of his meter and get more tier 1 or tier 2 units.
But we can do that also, Stan. You or I could do that at our homes. If I wanted to put a 2-inch meter at my home, I could do that. I would have to pay the cost for the new meter, but then I would get a larger allocation at tier 1. You're correct, but I would have a higher charge on my ready to serve.
Ty, that's.
Yeah, that's
when
true.
I look at the last, that's interesting because I purposely reviewed the fee structure from, our last rate study. And it basically says all residential is billed to a 3/4 inch meter.
No, it's based on the meter size for every customer
For
class.
residential, can you tell me what pages in the last rates, just, not now, I mean, but show me what pages in the rate study indicate that? Because that's not the impression I got in reading it.
I assure you,
Okay.
you can. I promise.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
so,
And there was, if that's the case, that's a different issue. There was one other thing, that came, the allocation that we're given, in theory, it was originally based on residential use, not commercial use. That is the 4390 was based upon residential use, not commercial use. So when we treat them the same, it seems to me that we're doing something that's not totally copacetic.
Sorry, yes. The allocation was based on domestic use because that was what directly supports the mission of the base, as I recall. And so what was the second part of that? I'm trying to follow.
You're saying that the commercial is included in domestic use?
No, the allocations that were provided based on the excess Navy carryover water were allocated based on domestic use under the theory that people are direct supporters of the mission of the base.
Right, but the commercial would get 24, with a 3/4 inch meter would get 24 units of water without paying any type of a GSA fee. Yes or no? That's what I was thinking, unless that's not true.
any customer who used less than 24 units would not pay the GSA fee
But
on that water.
Stan's making, I don't have an answer, Stan, but I'll check into it. Stan's making the point is that the 4390 was allocated based on domestic use.
Okay.
Then why is commercial getting any portion of
Because
it? That's his
commercial
question.
use supports the civilian population, which would be zero if there were no commercial support. for it.
I understand that, but that is not what the allocation, that's not the theory that the allocation was used. I don't have an answer for that. I will look into that, like the other issues,
Okay.
and get back to the board.
Okay, the next item is,
How
we
many
had
more items do you have,
discussed.
Stan?
Pardon?
How many more do you have?
2 more.
Okay.
You got a date afterwards?
No, I would
Oh,
like to
okay.
let the public have a
Okay.
comment too.
We had we had indicated that we were going to discuss the water pumping estimate. I think the history tells us that if we establish a water pumping estimate that is much too high, you can go broke, is the bottom line. And so I wanted to make sure that we all knew and understood where the water estimate came from. Obviously, one way of mitigating any risk that we might have is to make sure we really understand what water we're going to pump and not estimate a number that's going to be higher than the number we're going to pump. Because again, history tells us you don't want to do that, and we haven't had a discussion. As a matter of fact, I don't remember seeing in this brief what the water pumping was.
So what's your next?
Was that in there?
What's your next?
Okay. Two small items here. We were going to talk about how do we establish a methodology for handling landscape meters. Obviously, if it's a residential property, it's still residential water, and the state is going to require us to have a certain limit on residential water, whether it be indoor or outdoor. And right now, it's not clear where, I mean, typically the state talks about residential, commercial, industrial, and institutional. They aren't going to give us, I don't think, a allocation for landscape. That's going to be just another part of the outdoor. And then another thing we were going to do was perform a risk assessment of our costs, and we haven't done that. So I guess Ty, I do appreciate you sending me the part of the cost rate study that shows that residents can go to a bigger tier, go to a bigger meter. Because I honestly, I looked at it and I couldn't find that. And that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can go on your date now.
No, I wanted to give the public some time to ask questions and make comments as well. And your presentation has been substantial. So are there any questions or comments from the public about the rate study? We have someone approaching the podium. You stand by. Mike for the podium, please.
Is it on now?
Yes.
All right, Judy Decker. I brought this up briefly at the end of your last meeting, but this is for Mr. Hildebrand as well. In the last few months, we have had several very large fires. The last two that occurred in the county at residences that are not hooked to the water district. And yet water district water was used to put out those fires. And Mr. Worth has just said that there's no subsidizing. And yet at the last meeting, I learned that there's not any accounting by the fire department of the water that they use to put out fires. And the last two fires were so large that they had every fire station here, including China Lake, which is 3, plus they brought in units from out of town. So there was an extensive amount of water used. And that water is accountable to the GA, I do believe. And that means that all of the customers are paying for this water, but not necessarily the people who have had the fire. And I wonder if there was a way, or if you desired to deal with that. I have no idea. The last fire you all, I believe, saw, it took hours to put out. Who knows how much water it took? Thank you. And by the way, Stan, the issue of putting in a larger meter and then paying the associated costs with putting in that larger meter have always been there. They were there when I was on the board.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody online who would like to comment or ask a question?
You have a caller on.
Caller, please go ahead. Let's state your name.
Yes, this is Renee West-Delusk. I need to get my computer off, sound off. Can you hold?
Sure. Well, she doesn't want to have feedback. That's appreciated. No, she's.
Okay, I have the sound off.
Perfect. Please go ahead.
Okay, I just have several questions, and I don't have all the data you have, but I'm in a quandary as who are the large users? Are they all mainly like government agencies like the fire department, the school district, the college, the fairgrounds? Do they include commercial users? Like, I don't know if my HOA that's unmetered water is considered a large user.
You're talking about the Heritage Village?
Yeah, I live in.
They have their own well.
No, that's just the master association.
Oh.
The sub-associations, the fountains, and Montefino Townhomes, they're both on metered water.
Okay, Ty, can you answer the first question?
Sure. Large
general?
water users are, high water users are in each classification of meter. We have them all over,
Including residential users?
including residential users.
Okay. So it runs the gamut, Renee. What was your next question?
Okay. Do all these water users that have above the 3/4 or 1 inch diameter water pipe meter or whatever you want to call it, do they all get a larger allocation than the individual residents?
Are you talking currently or in the proposed plan?
Well, I think it's probably in the proposed
Thank you.
plan.
Both the current and the proposed, the tier allocations are scaled by meter size, so it does increase as the meter size increases.
So if you have a 1.5 inch meter size, you're getting more of an allocation than single residential user, correct?
Yes.
But you're paying a higher
But
fee.
your ready to serve charge will also be higher.
And your meter
Right.
cost.
Yeah.
So what this 5-year plan that you showed, that very first chart at the beginning of the presentation, does that apply to both the 1 through 4 tier system and the 2 tier system? Is that going to be the rates are 8% increase for 3 years in a row and then 6% for the last 2?
So mostly correct. The first year resets a baseline, so some may see larger, some will see smaller increases, but from then on, yes, it'll follow the 8866.
Okay. I guess I'm concerned about how the 2-tier system's going to be fair to larger water users. I'm worried about entities like the HOAs I talked about and possibly commercial users, and then I don't know where the government agency groups are going to get more money to pay for the 2-tier system, where they're going to be socked way high with these large tier 2 fees. I mean, would it put some people out of business? There are some industry users that probably use more, such as if you're in the beauty salon business, etc. Can you expand on that?
I don't think you want to speculate on, what this may do to businesses. We don't have financial. That's not a fair question, and I think it's incomplete.
But what are people, if the HOAs can't afford this new rate with the high tier 2?
Then I would say they'd have to use less water.
Okay, were there any other questions, Renee?
I guess I just don't know how people can stay in business with this 2-tier rate. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the questions. Is there anyone else online that would like to comment? Okay. So what we really want to know now is, can I get a board resolution to pass the 2-tier plan to, what would you recommend, Jim? No?
I think the way the schedule came out is that at the December board meeting, staff and Mark are going to come back with a final recommendation to the board. They will consider everything that was discussed tonight.
Okay.
If Mark doesn't have what Stan gave him, I think that, he needs to see that and have an opportunity, board to consider it like we do at most, consider all the comments and then come back with a final
So you don't
recommendation.
need
in
a,
December.
we don't require any sort of action from the board at this time.
No, although
Okay.
we're hearing just a quick nod of the head as to which one the board favors wouldn't hurt in terms of what's being proposed as the 60% fixed 2-tier or something else that was proposed by Stan or Mr. Hildebrand.
Yeah, we would have a very short turnaround from December 12th to the 22nd when we'd have to get notices out. So if we could have a recommendation to one so that we can get everything ready for that.
All right, let me ask the board then, one at a time, starting with Director Kaczynski. What do you favor?
I think I've already said I favor a 2-tier system with the 61% fixed revenue.
Thank you. Vice President Boyd.
Also tier 2, 60%.
All right. Director Griffin.
I favor the 2-tier. I would like Mr. Hildebrand to look at some of the stuff that Stan presented and see if we could maybe do something with the tier 2 level right now currently to where that is not a decrease, and then move forward from there next month.
All right, thank you. Director Rotora?
I guess I feel that the 60% fixed fee is detrimental to the tier 1 users. And the 2-tier system is, I think Mark actually mentioned, is actually a 1-tier system. The commodity fee is a flat rate across tiers 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's no ability to control the cost, and the water district portion of the cost just continues to go down.
So briefly, what is it you do support?
I would suggest a 3-tier with something less than 60%, maybe not down to 40%, but closer to 40% than 60%.
Okay, thank you. I support the 2-tier system with the 61% fixed rate. So I believe that covers us all.
Great, we think we have our direction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Have a great night.
Okay, bye.
All right, so let's move on to item 11A, consent calendar.
Are we going to discuss the resolution separately, Matt? I'd like to. The resolution 2214. I have a question about it. I can either ask the question now or we can pull it and vote on the consent agenda. Yeah, I'm
A3.
Resolution 2214, which is advocating for telemeetings next month. Is that what I'm seeing on it? What is that?
This is a continuation of the COVID rule. When COVID was enforced, we were allowed to do telecommunications. That is still in order, and some people aren't comfortable. So we're continuing to allow video conferences if somebody is not comfortable coming in person. GA's doing a lot of their districts are doing it. It's just a courtesy, in my opinion.
So it's just a monthly thing we're doing to keep that resolution updated?
That is correct.
So I mean, any time we could go into completely telecommunicated meetings if we needed to.
We have that
All right,
option.
that
Yes.
answers it. Okay.
Okay, very good.
I make a motion that we approve the minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Discussion from the public?
Judy Decker again. Mr. Griffin just made a motion, excuse me, to accept the minutes. He did not make the motion to accept the consent calendar.
That's going to ask be my question. Normally, we approve the whole consent calendar. Okay.
Do you wish to amend your?
If Ron is good with that, I'm good with that, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I'll
I will
second,
amend my
Director.
motion to approve the consent calendar.
all right, thank you.
Second that change.
All right, any other discussion?
Thank you, Judy.
All right, let's call for the vote, please.
President Sanamon,
Yes.
Director Kaczynski,
Yes.
Director Griffin,
Yes.
Director Rutora,
Yes.
Vice President Boyd.
Yes.
All right, thank you, passes unanimously. All right, 11B, Plant and Equipment Committee.
Mr. President, the
Yes, Renee?
property owner has requested this item be pulled at this time, and they will bring it back to the board in the future.
Okay, very good, thank you. 11C, Indian Wolf Valley Groundwater Authority, Director Rotora.
Jeez, some water first.
And, I'm sorry, there we go.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The last GA meeting was November 9th, and the next GA meeting is December 14th. I believe we have a meeting on the 12th, just before the next meeting. So if something comes up before then, I will update what I'm going to say right now. Regarding the imported water project, the purchase of the 750 acre feet of Table A entitlement is going slower than anticipated. A new letter of intent has been sent to the seller. We're trying to get a copy of the letter right now. I was hoping to have more information by now, but unfortunately don't have it. In the meantime, the GA continues looking for a loan agent. But the positive note is I believe that the seller does have full legal title to the water that he's trying to sell, which was obviously a major milestone. And that can't buy something from somebody who doesn't own it. So that's one of the major milestones out of the way. The pipeline alignment study, which is paid for by the $7.6 million state grant, is continuing. The GA, that is the board, at the last meeting received a brief from Provost and Pritchard, lead engineer, on the pipeline alignments. It was actually a very interesting report. If you haven't seen it, it might be worthwhile looking at. The schedule that they actually bid to had them actually proposing a preferred approach at the December 14th meeting. And by the way, it's been narrowed down by Provost and Pritchard to 3. I think they started with 6 or 7, something like that. But in any event, you know, it may be that it'll come before the board on the 14th as to what alignment the board is interested in. And so I would be requesting now staff input on, you know, if the water district staff has a preference, or anybody in the board has a preference for one of those 3 alignments, be sure to let me know, because otherwise I'm going to vote my best, whatever. I was going to say guess, but that's not the right word. Moving on to the recycled water project. The original recycled water project study is essentially complete, and it has been for several months. The draft report is due to be out by the end of the year. They keep saying that. So we should be seeing that report soon. And I'll make sure that everybody has an opportunity to get a copy of it. Stetson has been authorized to prepare a water recycling Title 16 feasibility study for the Bureau of Reclamation grant. I have heard verbally that report will be done by the end of the year, even though I haven't actually seen a schedule. That it's probably the grant that's forcing the schedule on that. Don't know for sure. The Rose Valley subflow monitoring effort is still on schedule, and it is still scheduled for the fall or winter of this year. Two well owners have initiated, applications for well impact funding. One of those applicants has actually completed the application for assistance. And so Stetson has 45 days to respond. So my current thinking is that that time will be over by the time of the next meeting on the December 14th. So we will be hearing a request for funding or not. If you've got an opinion, be sure and let me know. Capital Core Group, the GA lobbyist, is working with Stetson to generate a Sigma Phase 2 grant proposal. The total money available is expected to be $202 million. I know at the last meeting they said that they were talking with Mr. Zadiba about some potential opportunities that we might come across to propose to. And so I'm sure they'll be in contact and working with us. The PAC provided their proposed implementation plan modifications on the communication and engagement plan to the GA at the October meeting. That is not at the last meeting, but the meeting before last. It is now up to the GA to either accept that is or adopt and implement the modifications or the proposed modifications or not. It turns out that the last meeting was totally quiet with regard to what we're going to do with the PAC proposal. The reason that it's going to be interesting is that one of the major proposals in that modification is for the GA to have a schedule coordinated with a budget. And gosh, all that kind of good organizational stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see how the GA takes to that. I'm really curious. Financial activity, the long-awaited new financial system for the GA is yet to be implemented, so it's going on the 11th month. Now, according to the general manager, the FY21 audit is consuming most of all available time. The audit is costing more and taking more time due to the fact that this is the first year of inclusion of the replenishment fee. So apparently there's been some discussion back and forth with the auditor as how to handle the replenishment fee. And I'm going to be curious to see how they handle the fact. And a lot of that is associated with litigation of one kind or another. And I'm going to be interested in seeing how they handle our current technique or method of paying our bill under protest. That'll just sort of a curiosity. Project activities and concerns. I guess the last information I received regarding our ability to measure the change to groundwater and storage indicated Stetson was still having difficulties, but improving. As a matter of fact, I've heard from Dr. Decker, who is working on the TAC and working closely with Stetson, that we should expect a significant improvement in what we see this next time at the next annual report. According to the last meetings, the schedule, they have indicated that the water year 2022 annual report is due to be released for review to the board and to the TAC on November 15th. Now, in the meantime, we've gotten an email saying that it's going to be postponed till the 19th on Friday, but that's only a 3-day slip, and quite frankly, it would be magnificent if it really happens. And of course, I'm hoping it does, with all the problems we've had in the past. And of course, we, the Water District, did provide, as an agency, comments on the last annual reports. I'm not sure that had any impact, but my feeling is we probably need to also review this annual report and get Tim and Chuck involved with that as well. And as you probably recall, there are 19 corrective actions to be addressed in the GSP update. That is the 2025 GSP update. I've been trying to get a status on how we're coming with those 19 corrective actions, and so far with very little success. And that is the end of my report. If there are any comments or questions, no rotten tomatoes, please.
No, of course. Thank you for that report. Do any directors have questions for Director Rotora? Do any members of the audience have questions or comments?
Judy Decker again, a member of PAC. We learned that the facilitation folks from Stantec may be coming to talk to the PAC about the communications and engagement plan sometime between now and Christmas. A definite date has not yet been set. We have a tentative date, I believe, of December 1st. So that's it on the communications plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was that associated with the facilitation effort?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it has to do with, I believe, their conclusions that came out of the facilitation effort. So we'll see what they have to say.
Okay, thank you for that.
Oh, and by the way, I would like to thank Dr. Decker for all the work he's put into reviewing all the past annual reports and what I know he's going to be working on in the next annual report.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone online that would like to make a comment or ask a question? Okay. Oh, we have a repeat. Hold on.
Yes, Stan brought up the shallow mitigation issue. And while he didn't mention the two entities that had applied for mitigation, one of them is a small community well situation on Stark Street. But the other one who applied is in fact the Heritage Village, who has lost their landscape well. Emphasis again, not a domestic well, a landscape well. And according to Renee Westelusk, who called in at the GA meeting, it went dry.
Oh, by the way, that is the one whose application has been completed and is now under review by Stetson.
But it's not a domestic.
I understand that.
Understood.
But we're waiting for Stetson's report.
Okay. General Manager?
I was going to, yeah, if there's no further public comment, President Sinema, I just had a comment.
ahead.
Decker mentioned communications. I wanted to correct a statement that's been attributed to me. I'm aware at least twice during city council meetings and also in a letter that the general manager of the Groundwater Authority sent to this board dated October 21st. I'm reading this from page 2. As you're probably aware, while the GSP included a discussion of potential brackish water use, the Water District's general manager reported some months ago to your board that after nearly 4 years of work and countless dollars spent, the brackish group had determined that the brackish project was financially infeasible and no project would be presented to the GA. And I just want to mention that the statement was taken out of context, and let me explain. First of all, the brackish group determined some criteria to do a test, an aquifer test, to determine transmissivity, other aquifer characteristics. Some of those ideal conditions were that it be completed in a sand layer that will yield a desirable amount of water over a long period of time. Completed where the long-term TDS, total dissolved solids, concentration of the brackish groundwater is between 1,000 parts per million and 4,000 parts per million. Located away from existing freshwater production wells, located in an area where the potential for impacts to freshwater resources are minimized, through lateral transport and vertical transport, and also located an area where impacts from subsidence are minimized. So what you, I've had a map put up there on the screen, and it's on your displays as well, entitled Brackish Groundwater Resources Largely Inaccessible. You can see the color, kind of a yellow color, showing up kind of yellow-green on your screen. You see 3 different layers: the shallow layer, which is from 0 to 500 feet, the intermediate layer, which is from roughly 500 feet to 800 feet, and the deep layer, which is over 800 feet. And the red line is the boundary for the Naval Weapons Station. And you can see, by and large, the desirable concentration of 1,000 to 4,000 is in that area that is inaccessible. There are also some other criteria that we couldn't meet. You can see the circled area toward the bottom was ruled out, although it was potentially could meet some of the criteria. It was near water district production wells. So the area that was chosen for the test is the area that you see labeled NAA, the green oval. Again, it did not meet all the criteria for an ideal aquifer test to determine whether or not there be feasibility. As such, I have my notes that I reported to Water Management Committee. On April 28th, I reported testing and sampling in the northern Brown Road agricultural area showing groundwater at a depth of 2,000 feet to be poor quality, particularly high in TDS, 10,000 to 34,000 parts per million, and boron content, 200 to 260 parts per million. Thus, economic feasibility of treating that groundwater to produce water is looking unlikely. However, additional work is underway to more fully evaluate the data and examine alternatives to extraction from this location and depth. Subsequent to that, on June 30th, I reported again at the Water Management Committee meeting. As has been previously reported, currently the project would be considered infeasible due to the cost of treating the high TDS and high boron content at depth. If another target area or zone can be identified, that may change things from infeasible to potentially feasible in the future. After review of the data, the focus will be finishing the draft analysis and getting the report ready for review. And lastly, October 27th, more recently, the consultant from Aqualogic continues his review of the material to see if there are locational characteristics that might make for a better and perhaps feasible brackish project. His review includes generating cross-sections of the project area from Geoscene 3D. So you can see my comment pertained just to that one area, which was an area that was selected, but did not meet all the desirable criteria for a successful test. So I just wanted to correct that. I've been quoted as saying that brackish water is infeasible at that location. That may be the case, but there's still investigations ongoing to look at other areas that might be feasible. And as you can see, potential on the inside the fence line of the base is there. The base early on, when they were involved with the brackish project, the representative said that, and understandably so, they wanted to test any kind of aquifer test outside the fence line out of concerns for subsidence. So they wanted it to be proved if outside the fence line first, and if the results were favorable, there would be possibly a consideration for moving it elsewhere in a more desirable location that meets all the criteria.
Okay, thank you. All right, very good. Let's move on to item D, comprehensive adjudication. Jim.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Just a couple things to report on this. As I've been stating for the last 3 months or so, really nothing has occurred yet. We have a case management conference scheduled for December 2nd in front of the judge. That's where we go in and discuss the status of the case with the judge, and then he may or may not make certain rulings with respect to what the next step would be. So I look forward to the December 2nd hearing and what the judge might say. The second item regarding the adjudication pertains to service of the landowners. And we've talked about how the district was required to send out about 19,000 mailers to all of the landowners overlying the basin. Well, as it turns out, we actually served right around 16,000 of them. We can confirm that. We know they were delivered. There's an additional about 3,000, give or take. And if you read the code, it requires you to go and actually post a notice on that piece of property, notifying them of the adjudication. Most of these parcels that we're talking about are vacant lands due to the sheer size, 3,000, as well as the fact that most people don't really go to that property. That doesn't seem feasible. Accordingly, the statute does provide the court with the ability to allow the district to serve those still unserved landowners with alternate means. So we are going to the court. I'm not sure if the hearing is scheduled for December 2nd or not, but we're going to the court requesting alternate means to serve those remaining approximately 3,000 landowners. I don't want to get too much into it, but we're going to, obviously, one of the alternate modes would be to publish again. Another one would be a targeted digital ad that would reach a large number of people that have ties up there. And you didn't go down to billboards, but I'm not sure that would be effective. I think the first two is what we're looking to do, and we're hoping to get the courts okay with that. And if the court does okay with that, then I think we'd be looking where the case would be considered at issue sometime during the spring. And at issue means that the district has gone out and served everybody that were required to, and they've had the opportunity to file a responsive pleading. So with respect to service, we're actually making progress and hope to have a further update within the next 30 days or so. That's all I've got until we have the hearing on the 2nd, Mr. President.
Thank you. Do any directors have any questions for Mr. Worth? Does anyone from the public have any questions? Is there anyone online? Okay, then let's move on to item E, General Manager and Staff Update. Water production.
And safety.
And safety.
As far as safety, as of today, employees of the district have worked 572 days since the last recordable injury. Water production. Metered production at the wells for the month of October, 174,103,000 gallons, 537.4 acre feet. As I report every month, the number that the State Water Resources Control Board is using as a comparison is the metered water through the distribution system or consumption, as well as all non-revenue water, which would be water loss to leaks, flushing activities, blow-offs, etc. That number is 175,103,000 gallons, 502.3 acre feet. Since June, there's been a requirement from the State Board to submit a preliminary report with consumption, population, and residential gallons per capita per day by the 3rd business day of the month. We did submit that preliminary report as well as the full report. Both of those were submitted on November 4th. The full report is still required by the 28th of the month. However, we've made a practice of submitting it as early as possible during the month. The conservation results for October show consumption was down 35.7% compared to October of 2013, which was a baseline year that was established by the State Water Board some time ago. The 20% conservation target that was adopted by the board back in June of 2016, we are now at a cumulative result of 23.6%. In response to Governor Newsom's request for a voluntary 15% reduction to address the current drought conditions, the State Board is also making a comparison of water consumption with the same month in the year 2020. So if we compare October 2022 to October 2020, there's an 8.5% reduction in consumption. Not quite the 15%, but as I mentioned before, our customers have significantly reduced our consumption over the last several years. I mentioned before, from 2007 to 2014, almost a 30% reduction. So I'm not sure that there's a whole lot of room to achieve that 15%. And we haven't done it any month since this has been a requirement. As a comparison, looking at October results in recent years, in 2021, we had a 28.8% reduction compared to 2013. In 2020, it was 24.5% lower. 2019, 32.5% lower. And in 2018, 29.8% lower. So October has been a good month in the recent years. The residential gallons per capita per day, which is also what we report in our full report both the full report and the preliminary report, was 128.7. And again, this includes both indoor and outdoor usage. We had just a single connection added during the month, and that contributed $5,086 in capital facility fees. So since the beginning of the fiscal year, July 1st, there have been 5 new connections, and those 5 new connections have contributed $21,994 in capital facility fees. Any questions on that portion? Okay, public outreach. I was not able to attend the monthly collaborative meeting at City Hall due to my bereavement leave. I am pleased to report that the Association of California Water Agencies has once again awarded the Indian Wells Valley Water District the Region 7 Outreach Recognition Award for 2022. Region 7 includes all of Tulare and Kern counties, so it's no small achievement. This is the 7th time in the last 10 years that the district has received this award. We previously received the award in 2013, 14, 17, 18, 19, and 21, and now 22. The district will be recognized, and the award will be presented at the Fall Aqua Conference, November 29th through December 1st in Indian Wells, the other Indian Wells.
Yes, the warmer one.
The warmer one, yes. And Director Boyd plans to attend, and maybe he'll be bringing the award back with him.
Kudos to you and the staff. Well done.
That's something we should be very proud of. Again, that's all Tulare and all Kern County. There are a lot of water agencies in there, and to get that 7 of the last 10 years, I think it's something we should be very proud of.
That's exceptional.
We continue to work with Providence Strategic Consulting to promote the Water Smart program. As of this morning, there were 1,548 active accounts, which is only 12% of our customers. So it's not really growing, despite Providence's best efforts to publicize it on social media. The percentage hasn't changed since last month. There were 954 customer alerts that were issued in October, and for the past 12 months, there have been 12,898 potential leaks, high water use alerts sent out to customers. And we continue to get really good positive feedback from customers, including...
I'd like to say that, yeah, they've discovered a leak on my property, which I go around and look at everything pretty regularly, and I was a little surprised. I thought, no, I can't have a leak. And it was an anti-siphon valve that it malfunctioned. That controls the sprinklers to my, irrigates my plant and my trees and things. And it had been leaking into the ground and sucking up pretty good, so it hadn't had much surface indication that there was leakage. And that's what I typically look for. It's just look for wet spots around the yard, and there were none. But yeah, it had been going on, I don't know how long, but it was long enough that the ground where it was occurring was pretty soggy, so yeah.
That is not uncommon for parcels with acreage. I mean, soon after I first started, I received a call from somebody I used to work with that had a high bill, and they insisted that it was a meter issue and there wasn't a leak. Took our field supervisor, Joe, and I went over to the house, and on the south boundary of the property, the tree line of all pine trees and such, and pine trees drop needles, and these have been dropping needles for several years. Joe took a rod and started poking around and came to one spot and just, and to your point, you couldn't see the water leak underneath all the pine needles, but there it was, and it was pretty significant. So, we do get a lot of really, like I said, positive comments that, and with, the water bills, obviously people are aware bills have gone up. GA fees are part of that. So if you have a leak and it goes on for a long time, you're going to be in for a shock when you get your bill. So those people that are signed up, and again, we try and emphasize this to people, please sign up, because when you sign up, as you know, you will get a text or an email or a phone call that alerts you that something unusual is going on, you should check it. And I would emphasize to some people, we have received some complaints that the alerts are a nuisance, but you can set thresholds. If you set up an account, you can set a threshold. Whatever your normal usage is, obviously during the summer it's usually higher than the winter. So you should go in during summer months and set your threshold higher so you wouldn't get the alerts. If you don't do that, you're probably going to get alerts, and then they probably would be a nuisance. But I think people, it's just a matter of educating people on the app and how to use it properly. But I am surprised that we just seem to hover around 12%, that we don't get a lot of people signing up for it. And to me, it's an invaluable tool for people to take the initiative to monitor their usage and also, again, get these alerts so that they can catch something typically within 24 hours and prevent a high bill. Continuing on public outreach, really happy to report the district hosted a booth at the 2022 Petroglyph Festival the weekend of November 5th and 6th. The festival is by far the most well-attended outreach opportunity for the district. I believe the report on the items has been distributed over the two-day event, and I think it's in the board packet, right? Yeah, okay, so that report is in your board packet. Overall, more items were given away compared to last year, and it would not have been a success had it not been for people that helped put it on. And I want to acknowledge Robert Renfrew and John Zwicka that assisted in setting up and tearing it down, as well as Anna Chavez, Isabel Tejeda, Diana Wynn, Amber Chapin, and Lauren Smith for staffing the booth. In addition to organizing everything, and I just want to give a call out to Lauren that did a lot of the work to get all this stuff together, organize it, arrange to get it all over there, and actually staff the booth both days. So I was there for a while on Saturday, and the attendance was really, really good. It was good to see people back out again. Of course, there was one last year, but this is the second year since the COVID shut down, and had good weather. The wind picked up a little bit around 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, but that's Ridgecrest, right?
Gentle desert zephyr.
Hey, Don, I wasn't sure if you were going to mention the trunk or treat that happened while you were gone.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, Amber and Lauren did an awesome
catch,
job
yeah.
putting that together.
Yeah.
And it was well attended.
Yep. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah. Next item number 3, Junior Associate Board Member Pilot Program. And I'm quite disappointed to report that despite the outreach conducted by the Sierra Sands Unified School District and Sierra Coastal Community College, and our own extensive social media campaign right up to the last day, assisted by Providence Strategic Consulting, we did only receive one application, which was ineligible because they weren't able to attend evening meetings. We began outreach, I believe it was in late August before school started, and so we just disappointed we didn't get more of a response. The deadline for submitting applications was last Wednesday.
Maybe next year.
I don't know what the board wants to do, but I think we've done our share of outreach, trying to get young people involved, and I guess there's just no interest. Okay. That's unfortunate.
Thank you. Item 4?
Item 4, the employees would like to have a potluck luncheon to celebrate Thanksgiving this Friday between the hours 11:30 and 12:30. In the past, we have closed the office for that hour to allow everybody to participate at the same time. Otherwise, customer service, if one person's coming in, they have to go back out. So we usually come to the board and just ask for your support to close the office for that 1 hour.
Any objections from the board?
Thank you.
Please proceed. All right. Booster stations and tank projects.
There we go. Okay, so at the booster station, they're working on, they started with the rebar for the roof today, and there is going to be inspection of that rebar tomorrow, and they will be pouring the concrete on Wednesday. That's for the booster station building. At the C-Zone tank site, they're finishing up the welding, and there's going to be an inspection / walkthrough tomorrow. Let's see, there are some pictures. That's the booster station building. There's forms there for the roof. And let's see, that is at the college. They are working on the retaining wall right now. And they're gonna be having a rebar inspection of that retaining wall footing tomorrow. And the fencing subcontractor has started their work in relocating the entrance gate and installing the tortoise mesh all around the entire site. Let's see, next picture, that is the new C-zone tank. It won't stay green. And then over at Gateway, that is a picture of the new tank at Gateway. They've been working on the inlet outlet piping, getting the pressure testing and chlorination done, and they just passed pressure testing, I think their third try today. So that's the latest. You're welcome.
Thank you, Renee. Oh, dear. All right, without further ado, financial status.
Okay, through October of 2022, we had total revenue of 5.77 million, which missed the budget by 277,000. Our expenditures are at 6,036,000, which is 106,000 below budget. So currently our net is a negative 262,000, which is 170,000 below budget. So something we got to keep an eye on. You know, we have been using less. Well, consumption of water's been down, so
Right.
we got to be aware of that. Capital expenditures to date, 1.77 million. Of that, 1.28 million is covered by the 2018 COPs. And we have 370,000 debt service principal.
Okay, thank you. Solar production.
Okay, so phase one of our solar production, we had actual savings for October of 50,581, which was better than the guarantee of 44,224. Phase two, which is the well 35 site, we had savings of $2,101 versus the guarantee of $1,798. So both sites producing more than the guarantee.
Very good, thank you. All right, conservation.
For calendar year 2022, we've received 90 water waste reports, made 90 contacts, issued 5 formal warnings, and 0 penalties.
Very good. Arsenic treatment facilities.
Plant 2 has been taken offline and is currently being winterized. Plant 1, which was the site chosen for the under drain replacement, upon excavation of the media, it was discovered that there were several upsets in the support media, which allowed the filter media to break through and into the effluent supply tank. Currently, the filter media, the filter media is being sifted out of the support media. The district has reached out to Pure Flow to get a cost estimate on replacing the support media. If there's any filter media mixed in with the support media, it allows for an avenue for which the filter media to get through. So we're going to do our best to get that filter media out of that support media and try to keep that cost down, but that's currently what we're doing is doing that sifting.
Okay, thank you. Operations.
For the month of October, there were 7 repairs, 22 replacements. No DES did not operate during the month, leaving the amount of water saved at 8,594,235 gallons. And there are 27 valves exercised, bringing our grand total for the year to 731.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the directors have questions regarding the general manager and staff update? No. Are there any questions or comments from the public? Anyone online? Okay, very good. Then let us move on to item 12, board comments and future agenda items. Director Rotora.
None.
Okay. Director Griffin.
I have 2. Judy brought up a very interesting point. She's brought it up a couple times about the fire water that is used. So I think if we could do some checking to see other county or other areas of the county, if they're charged or how it works. I don't know how we would do that. Just to get an answer for her. I think she deserves that as much work as she puts into this. And then also, I would like to try to put on the agenda to change our meeting times starting January 1st for our closed session to 4 o'clock and keep our open session at 6 o'clock. But I kind of like being able to do open session first, gives our a chance for our attorney and everybody to drive home not at midnight.
You mean closed session
Closed
first?
session
Yeah.
first, and then have our regular open session still stay the same, but instead of having to have special meetings, do our closed session at 4 o'clock, so we could get that on for next month. I'd like to talk about that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Director Kaczynski.
Well, I want to thank the staff for all the work they put in for the outreach. No doubt about it. I saw some things on Facebook. Lauren, you were in all those pictures. So thank you. And also, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. I hope you got your turkey early. I hear they're running short on it because shortages. So happy Thanksgiving.
All right, Vice President Boyd.
So I like the suggestion that Director Griffin just gave about the closed session first. I think maybe just a slight adjustment to that. If we were to have Jim advise Lauren the week before whether we really need 2 hours or if an hour would be good enough, she'll have time to announce it to the public and we can still move forward. I don't know, the public actually needs to know when we start closed session though.
They do, it has to be done.
Okay. All right. Just a suggested modification.
Is this being motivated by being fed?
No, no, we don't have to have food.
You know, we,
Oh, well, wait a minute.
you know, we could always, if it ran long, we could always continue after our meeting to catch up. I mean, we don't necessarily have to plan for the longest meeting. And we could, if we had to have a short after the open session, you know, that's also a possibility.
Okay, so Lauren, if you wouldn't mind putting that on the agenda for next
You
month.
can have a bring your own brown bag lunch.
Think
or
that
dinner.
works? That, or you have my permission to serve gruel. That should speed things up. All right, very good. So I do have a couple of comments. So I wanted to explain why I preferred the higher fixed rate in terms of 61% versus the 40. And the reason for that is that the state law is about to impose on people rather dramatic decreases in their personal consumption of water. I think it starts out at 52 gallons per person per capita and then works its way down from there into the 40s.
Ultimately down to 42. Yeah.
Down to 42, and that could lead to dramatic drops in water usage, especially if it's going to be backed up with heavy fines, which the state is promising to do. And if we have a dramatic drop in our water usage and we don't have sufficient fixed income, then it's going to endanger the water district, and I cannot, in conscience, make that risk. So, well, so funny that you should mention that. The Europeans are often held up as an example of how often you should bathe, but I happen to know from a U.S. Army nurse that when they were posted over there in the 80s on maneuvers, they saw skin diseases that you do not see in the United States because we have better hygiene practices. So yes, a deodorant and perhaps some antibiotic ointment. And I wanted to say happy Thanksgiving to you too, and also thank you to the staff for your award-winning efforts. Well done. And with that, I'm going to call the meeting adjourned at 8:37 p.m. Thank you for your time.